tractors in the pines, working through the finish sky, from the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 hauls as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky, from the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh, yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky, from the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Red tractors in the pine. Jack keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my some screaming, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah. The weather is the boss. Great dawn bread, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massive 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky.
Känns som man ska ha dubbelt med energi. Man liksom där att det är inte smitta. Good morning. Mornings. Get our cables out. Fit this way. Maybe it would be better the other way. Then this guy needs to be like this so it doesn't cause interference. Hello there, alien. Yeah, we're gonna set up and get up the mower, I think, here today. Fire that one up first. Fire up space controller. Space station needs to be, now it's on, I think. When it's blinking and all the lights are on. Space stations. Oh yeah, it's nice and cool today. It would have been also a good day to go pick blueberries today, or bilberries. That would also be good. But it should not be that hot this week, like mostly under 25. Then some some equipment shuffle.
Joo. Där.
Ja, de behöver man inte ha på heller. Forks we don't need. Yeah, this needs to come out. Not even 35 fits there.
Yeah.
Not even 35. Not even the 35 tractor. This guy needs to be, but this can then be, it can be outside because it's not gonna rain now. You can leave it somewhere there and it can be until we're mowed and then put. Maybe even find a way where to put these tins and then we can put this trailer away. We might, if we put these somewhere outside, because at some point this trailer needs to be empty for harvest. So maximum 1.5 months, and this needs to be somewhere else. Need to figure out some other place to put it.
Yeah. Maybe up there in the second story of that.
Up there or out somewhere or
Or outside there.
someplace. Somewhere. Somewhere other than where it is. Now it might be time to check oil and stuff. The tractor hasn't been running in a while, so it could be a good idea to check things. I'm just gonna throw my batteries in the tractor. You can drive here first when we're just jumping in and out a lot. I'm just gonna put these away so I don't need to have them in my pockets. Batteries, drinks. Then put it so it doesn't leak out. Oils and liquids. Maybe tin sheets under one of the mobile storage trailers. Yeah, they could go, but they're, well, let me think now. The trailers, I think the trailers are like 4 meters and the tin is like 5.5 meters. So we could put it there, but I think we want to put, the one trailer is already kind of full with stuff, and I think we're going to put like the pallets, the wood pallets in the other one. So then the tin doesn't fit anymore again. I think we're going to just put it either somewhere up there, if we find a good place, or even outside. Because the tin, if we stack it off the ground outside, it should be fine. Like it's the same as it would be on a roof, so. We'll have to think about that, because there's also like there's tin in the trailer, then there's another place with tin, and upstairs there's always also a little bit of tin. And I think we found like a fourth place where there was some old tin. Outside of the trailers on the ground under them. Yeah, you could put them, but it's if the tin, if you stack it outside, the only problem with putting them outside is you pretty much need to put like one tin, then put like wooden sticks, and then the next tin. Because if you stack them like that outside where the tin is on tin, then it starts to rust between. So if you store them outside, you have to kind of put like sticks between. That's kind of the only downside with storing it outside. You would have to stack it like with sticks between. So we'll have to figure it out. There might be a room up in the old cow barn. Like if we move the wood a little bit, there might be a room there. So we'll have to think about it. But yeah, it's all, if we could put all the tin in one place, it would be not so much in the way, and it would be, yeah, then you would know where it all is.
Yeah, when it's good now.
Yep. Yeah, like stacking fresh lumber. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of the same thing. Even if the tin is not fresh, but it's still like, yeah, put this away. and then hook up the trailer and then put the trailer somewhere. Yeah, it's exactly the same. When you stack fresh lumber, you need to put sticks between also. Kind of same thing with tin. But yeah, I think it's also with old tin, but especially if you buy new tin, then if you leave it like it comes in a package where it's like tin on tin, then it will start to rust, because you can see some newer roofs where they had the tin just stacked for too long. Then when you put them up on the roof, then it's only like maybe 10 years, 15 years, and then they start to rust. But if you don't have it stacked like that, then it doesn't start to rust. But yeah, then we need, where do we have the PTO thing? It's probably over there somewhere. Could have left it just somewhere here. I guess we can lift it out of here first, and then hook up the hose and PTO thing. We need to take the leg off. Probably good there. There's a bunch of grass I could clean there. Or not that much trash there. Should be good if you reverse. It might be the wheels might be here, so you might need to lower more, but I'll see from here. Direction is pretty good. Maybe a bit this way. Så muuttaa lite neråt. Det lyfter just upp hjulen där. Sen sväng hiåt ska det få upp. Alltså lite till ännu neråt. Jag vet inte, full sväng, det kanske räcker att måste ta framåt. Pretty close. Pro lift nu. It's on the edge, it might work. It's not keep feet underneath. No, so close. A little bit this way. Flip this. Där nu rakt, men nu går det. Backwards. Så där nu lyft upp. Now it should work. Jag måste ta det här upp så det inte tar i där i krokarna. Så det man kan ta med samma borten och det. Gotta get this up. Just to move it a little bit here. Något de bara jag på änden eller något. Somewhere out of the way. Maybe just here somewhere. But yeah, we might also use a few tins, like the wood trailer that does not have the high sides. We might put like tin on the walls on that one also. Then we could use maybe 5-6 more tins over there. Get rid of a few more. Där, det är bra det. Put it down. Yep. Then we'll see if we got the balls. We got the balls. And then this guy needs to go all the way this way. Some adjustments. Måste börja skruva det här och det här så att det här far fullt. This needs to go all the way to the side, I think. Or pretty close at least. You can see when we hook it up there first. And this one is here, yeah, this one goes a little bit to the side. See how closely we park this. It's usually get the rear tire right here, very close.
om det är så där långt dit så får det vara så långt hit som möjligt så att det där bara går dit. Jag tar bollarna hit för den. Get the balls. And then we need some. Where do we have the? I gotta take from the tractor. Couple of things. Hopefully we have these here. I should have taken the stick here. We need a stick for this also. Yep, that's good. You don't need to go more that way. It seems good there. And then this I can also get here. I think, yeah. Rakt bakåt. Det är ganska bra nu tror jag. Sådär ja. Där får man lite så här. Där får man. You should move sideways. A little bit more backwards still. I guess you can try to lift closer now. I'll see if I can get the other one at the same time. This one is going, but then we need it needs to go this way, or I don't think you can put one and then get the other one. Like this is, it's a little bit. I wonder if this should. Why doesn't this turn from here now? Va? Är det här? Kan jag ta loss det så du slipper röra. Skulle vara lättare att sätta fast det här. Det här skulle borde, man tycker att det här skulle borde flinga. Annars måste man liksom. Det här ja. Now it's loose. Now it's better angle. If I can get it now, it's like close to the locking thing. Maybe it works now. Just to get the boat at the same time. Try get in. Back it in. And to hold this one. Try lift closer now. And then if I... Now this is too high. This is lower, this one also. Need to lower it down. And then I need to... It's of course just... Now it's unlocked, and then when it goes close to the lock, then it should go a little bit, but then it will go full lock. But I guess now it's pretty good if I can hold it here. Now just lower and backwards. Might get it. I need to hold this so it's like just where it's. Now it seems good. Now both might go at the same time. Nu är det nära ja. Nu bara bakåt. Ännu lite bakåt. Nu stopp. Roll lift nu. Nu far det ja. This went, but this missed. Back down. Now lift. Now that's. Yes. Then we need to put this back before we drive out. It might swing wildly otherwise. Then I need this guy. See if we can get it out of here. Pin. Foten tar jag på upp. Men här ska man ta den före och ja. Lyft och jag tar foten först ja. Let's get this out of the way first also. Otherwise this might be in the way. This one is like a huge thing here. How can I punch that with? I'm gonna punch it with the hand because then it slips and then you hit something. I need like a wooden piece to hit that. I'm gonna try to get this first. I need a ball for this also. Ah, yeah, that one. And this guy. I don't know this length. Why is it close to what it should be, or is it like? But you can probably look, can you lower or down arms? Then it should be pretty cool. Then we need to measure this, how long this one is. Almost. Might need to. It's very close now. There it goes. Then I need to punch this one in. Where's this from? From this guy. Where's this from? Was this should be here maybe. It doesn't matter, like that can be here, this can be here. Now this can't be here now. I can switch this. That's supposed to be there. Then I need to some wood piece to hit this. It's kind of weirdly made. There's like this huge thing to lock this in place. Now it's locked. Now we should be able to lift up a bit, then I can make sure this is locked. If you lift up a bit. So if this is in the air, then I can make that locked. It might come this way. Is it locked or not? I don't think it is. Maybe it stays there on its own. It's just so we can get out of here. It should. Why doesn't it lock itself? When I swinged it like that, you would think it would lock. Is there a difference if it's like this or like this? Men det hålls nog där när du kör ut nu. Det är bara vi ska göra vilket det fram. Men lyft det tillräckligt högt eller måste man ta det trycksteg kortare eller så tar det i när man kör ut där. Måste se. Det är just bara att det är lite upp. Maybe it's enough. We can try to drive out. And it needs to be flipped to the side and there's a couple of things that needs to be put. A couple of more things that need to be locked in. And then PTO, hydraulic hose, all kinds of things. hold this so it doesn't flip to this side when he drives out. That seems good. It's up in there. Then we need, that guy needs to lock in and ja, men det där måste ställa in, det kommer att ta hjulet. Back där som är flat nu bara så får jag nog. Det där ska fast dit. Och. Och det här ska, de där båda ska dit. Där nog går så bra. Så kan man ta nu det här, men så man, du kan locka, nu måste man, det här måste sättas, de där ska sättas i. Jag kommer inte ihåg nu, hur var det de här? Det här och det här, skulle de båda hit? Det skulle nog gå här. Which one goes where out of these? This needs to be, I don't remember if they were like this or maybe this was here and this is here. No, that doesn't fit there. Det ser ut som de ska vara så här. Ja, det ska vippas in och så får Rexman sätta dem där. Men på vilken sida skulle de där, kommer jag inte ihåg. Nu där. Vilka skulle på vilken sida där? Which one on which side? Seems like the chain goes here, but yeah, there's probably a chain there and the other.
Det här.
Det skulle vara där. Probably that way. Där brickorsen, ska den vara i under, men där ska det inte vara. Hur ser det ut där? Det ser ut som det brickon kanske har den varit där. Den har varit där, ja. Kanske jag ska sådär först. Jag måste ta det här med dit och se om man blir flat. Det ser man ju på andra sidan, det är smalt där. Sen det där knavar där. Så det där i metall ska de. Man tar lite. Jag får med oss här. Man får det från andra sidan. Får man där måste man ta först det armen åt sidan. Så man får det, så får man neråt, så får man hit så går det ditåt. Lättast att skruva armen först. Jag kan se att jag ska det här längre hit. Det är nästan fullt emot hit och det ska liksom vara ditåt. Är det där? Var det nu lönar det så att vi ska sy ditåt, men sydar det. Vart då sydar det nu? Nu skulle det skulle vara lite sådär, men det är kanske lite sådär nu. Ja. Kanske man nu vill bakna så att det sydar lite ditåt. Så lättare att skruva dem där. Något här, ja. So it's a little bit this way. It might be easier to adjust the thing. Adjust the arms, it needs to be fully that way. Nu skulle det borde gå, nu skulle det inte borde klämma emot. Nej, nu går det, ja. Så man skruvar det där först. Yeah, these guys need to be... This needs to be longer and the other one needs to be shorter. Needs to be as much this side as it can. Hopefully that's not too tight now, it needs to be shorter. Yeah, shorter, as much shorter as you can get it. It's already quite, now it's that short, but don't get pinched there now. Maybe you should lock that first, because does it go past it already? Yeah, probably get these first. If you should stand on the other side, come out of there so you don't get pinched. Yeah, it is a little bit tight here. Now we can get the side, now we can get these, yeah, and then it needs to come this way more, but I think we can get those now.
Yeah.
That one and the other one. Then we can lower arms and then go sideways. Or maybe go sideways first. But yeah, it's so wide tires that it's pretty, it like wants to hit here. Arms must be all the way to the side. It's meant for tractors with narrower back tire.
That's okay.
Is it easier if we go a little bit lower with the arms? Maybe it's easier. Then you can climb over and... Because I think it needs to go a little bit more this way, I think. Not too much, but a little bit. It can go more. This one is the first one that hits there, so a little bit more, not much, but a little bit. You can see from the 3-point place. That's the first. That's the first thing that it's almost against. Now it's like against. I think it's maxed now. Then you can shorten that so it's not hitting there, and then maybe to make the other one longer. Now I think it's pretty good. It doesn't hit here. It's kind of close, but we can lower it and see if it needs to go this way or this way. I think it's maxed. This one will hit first there. Jag tror att det är så mycket som det går ditåt. Det var det här tog först emot. Kanske det går lite ännu. Det är ganska nära ändå. Kanske det går lite ännu. Jag vet, det är nästan, du kan skruva det där som är det ytterst som håller, att det klämmer difrån sådär. Den längre så att det blir maxed out, ja. Maxed out to the side. This protective tin could be made more like this. Then it would fit better. Ja, sådär. Det far nog lite nu, ja. Moves a little bit to the side. Ännu kortare det, ja. Det går nog så mycket som man känner att det inte far med längre. Det far nog ännu väl längre åt sidan. Där bör det kanske vara emot där. Let's see. Yeah, it's still a little bit. It went a little bit more now. Now I think it's maxed out. Yeah, you can lower down a bit. Now it's not hitting here. It's very close, but it's not hitting. Yeah, lower it down. Then we need to measure this. It was good last time, very good last time. And then this hose, and I guess you can check the oil.
Is it good now?
I think so. It doesn't hit. It's very close, but I think it goes more. Maybe it goes a little bit. Can you make that longer if I push? Yeah, it goes more. It goes more. This much more still. It's almost so the lift arm hits the metal there. Also, there. It's very close there.
Yeah.
Now it's even better. Now there's like a few centimeters between. Now it's maxed, yeah, because this one hits there, and the lift arm, it almost hits there also. Now I would say it's maxed out, yeah. Now there's a little bit, a few centimeters, and when it goes on the ground, it's even further away there. There's 5 centimeters here. That's enough. Yep. Far enough. And we need this guy also. hose. However, this was. Does it need to come out of here? That seems kind of bad there. Or does it reach like this? You need to it's like pinched in there. It needs to come. You need to lower it so you can get it out. And now it's come. This should probably be. Would it be better if it's around this? This is kind of sketch here. I would not put it between there. Like put it around this instead.
But it doesn't like
It's not pinching, but it's close. Maybe it works there. It has worked so far there. It doesn't pinch. It's close, but it can't move this too much, too close. No. This one in the whatever, doesn't really matter which one. Just one of the levers. Then we can check. I guess it's pretty flat. We could check this. Check that there's some grease in here before we put the PTO in. And then measure this one. At the length is right.
Yeah.
Then it should be all adjustments. Yeah, it's long enough from there. I need, this is, what's this, 25. It's pretty flat now. I can just check that there's something in there.
Yeah.
Or take a adjustable wrench, whatever that is. Whatever that size is. Is it 20? 25 maybe. Or it's adjustable wrench size.
Adjustable wrench, yeah.
Then the PTO, it's this yellow one, I believe. Was it this one?
Yeah.
It wasn't the big one, no, it's a smaller one. Or is it the black? Which one was it? I think it was this one. It's gotta be this one.
Yeah, this one.
It's a pretty small one, but I think it's this one, yeah.
Yellow, yeah.
It doesn't take that much power, that mower, so that should fit. And then adjustable wrench. Or what do you think it is? 20? Maybe it's 20.
24 or 27 probably. Or something.
Yeah, I think it's 20.
Yeah, like-
I think it's 20. It looks like 22 maybe.
With the present.
Let's take 22 and this. See if eye measuring is correct. Maybe it's bigger than this. Yeah, it was 25. I didn't believe myself.
Or maybe more at 28.
Nah, it's 20, 22 is pretty, it's 25. But this one will fit. You can just check that there's some grease inside here. This should be perfectly flat. I don't think it's perfectly flat now, but we can just check that there's something in here. Looks to be some grease. We try with a stick. Can we try with a grass? See that there's some stuff at the bottom. Very scientific test. Yeah, there is like 2 or 3 centimeters of grease or like oil. That should be good. You can almost open this by hand. I think it's like a plastic, I think it's like a plastic thing. You don't need to tighten it too much. Straw check, yep. Can you get it? This one is still not super hard. it's not this one. This one isn't that heavy. When you put the big PTOs, it's like very heavy. Then we can measure this still. Then it should be good. You can lock the other one from here, or nah, maybe put this somewhere. Yeah. And do you have measuring tape? This.
Yeah, I go.
There should be one here. What? Ah, yeah. We need to check the length. Yeah. He has the numbers in the phone. We need measuring tape. I don't have measuring tape. Hopefully he takes measuring tape also. We need phone and we need measuring tape. Maybe we have all the measuring tapes are there where we built some stuff. I mean, that's like 20 centimeters there, but there's no measuring tapes anywhere here. I'll see if I can find one here. And the blade should be fine on that one. We didn't hit too many rocks last time, so it should be sharp enough to just continue. Here should be a measuring tape somewhere. I can take this old one, it should be up there, I think. Six, 7. This distance should be surprisingly 6, 7. It is right now, I think. It's I didn't adjust it any, so it should be. It was same length. It's good. Then we'll see. It's like almost 10:30. I should probably. I think I probably eat lunch before I go mowing, because it's gonna take like 4 or 5 hours to do one field, so I think I'm gonna take lunch before, early lunch, and then go mowing. But now it should be easy. What's their fuel?
Like 8.5.
Okay, I need to go refuel also. Now I would put it like around that just. It doesn't, if it's a little loose, it's fine, because it will pull and then stop. Should be fine.
Soil, yeah.
There was good. I did straw check. I put a straw. There was like at least 2 centimeters. It's like a little bit this way, I think. I guess I can go and refuel, and then I'll come back. Then I'll take lunch, and then I'll go mow.
Yeah.
I can try if it works.
Yeah.
See if it spins. The blades should be fine. We could lift up and see the blades, but I think they were good. It did cut good at the end last time, so it should be fine. Can do a quick check, see if it works. go here. That's measured. That's in good. It's good height now. Yeah, lift it a little bit up. Something like that when I mow, yeah. Something like that, so it's on the ground. I gotta have gloves on and go refuel. Let's see if it wants to spin. Probably this first. Oh, this should be. Seems like it's spinning. Seemed like it was like sleeping because it didn't speed up immediately. Men de där bälten är ju spännande, det är som det skulle liksom slira i början. Bälten. De där bälten nu är de ju spända, de kan ju bli lösa. Det var som det skulle liksom, som det skulle ha börjat vinna först efter en stund. Alltså det gör så när man har vid det här ner så har man inte bara hört. Det var som man hörde att det tog varven först efter en stund dit för strax kommer varven upp igen. Men inte slirar det nu bälten inte. För inte kan man ju spänna dem, man måste se vad det stoppar att de inte är lösa. Far inte in med fingren innan du tvinnar. Ja, när man står igång. Men man känner att de bälten inte skulle de borde slitas, det bara de är spända. Då skulle det nog borde vara i skick. Let it stop first. Don't want to put fingers in wrong places. Still spinning. Free spins quite a bit. Now the things have stopped out there at least. Is the belt not spinning now?
Yeah, no, it's
But can you feel? You can from that hole. You can kind of feel. But I should probably shut off the tractor before we try. Feel the belts that they don't feel like loose.
the BPO like shut off.
Yeah, it's and this one I can make it so it's now it's like the locked off and off.
They're pretty like not very tight.
They should be. Maybe they're enough, tight enough. I don't know how do you tighten those belts. You probably need to like either end needs to come out if you want to tighten the belts.
Can you even tighten them?
You should be able somehow, but it should be good. I mean, it shouldn't change that much.
They're pretty. They're not like very tight, but pretty tight.
There should be. It's like if they feel pretty tight, there it's good because it's a long way between that and that place. They should be good.
Once it gets rolling, then it's like
But yeah, I can try to lift up and then see if I can lift the side up. First this one up. And then this one slowly, maybe.
it's the
Red one, yeah. No, it's not the red one, it's the other one. But it's fine.
Then it's the red one, but the other way.
Ah. Down is up, might be that way. No. Let's try this one. Or maybe we have the... Do we have the hydraulics in the right place here, so it's like...
Yeah, I put it in the, it's the, like the, should I change? It's in the red, but it's the electric like.
This we need to...
Electric, yeah. But can you use that too?
We need to switch the... Ah, is it here?
Yeah, I put it, it's the, yeah, it's the electric.
I can try from here. It should work from here too. Yeah, now it's doing something.
Now it's the front loader.
Oh. Then we need to switch that from. Let me think now. It was
Side one. Yeah,
this one.
yeah, now it's the side way. Red.
Yep, now it's coming up. Little bouncy, little aggressive hydraulics. Man, it's so aggressive. I think you can adjust how fast it goes. To be really small movements here. Move 1 millimeter here, literally. Now I'm gonna go refuel and then food break.
Yeah. I can.
Are the blades good? You can check the blades, I guess. Blades don't look, their blades are all there and they don't look horrible.
They're pretty good.
Yeah, we hit like a little bit of something, but if it was cutting pretty good at the end, then I think like this looks fine here. Pretty sharp.
Yeah.
It's cutting with this side, yeah.
side, yeah.
Yeah, it's cutting with the better side still. When you switch the blades, you can have like, now it's cutting with this side, but when we had this blade here, it was cutting with this side. So when one side wears down, you can still use the other one. You just put it on the other side here. Should probably not stand underneath too much if it decides to fail.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll go refuel first, then lunch break, and then we'll continue.
Yeah, they're pretty good. It's one then.
But nah, it cuts from this side. Here it cuts from this side. This spins like this.
It doesn't cut like this.
No, from forward. It cuts like this and throws it out the middle.
It's not like this, and then
They spin like. No, they spin like this.
like
Yeah.
this, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
it's like
Yeah. If you so it cuts with this side. Yeah. That one probably hit. That one had a little nick on it. But I think it should be cutting okay still. That blade is good.
This is okay, but yeah, one had a bit.
You could sharpen it with the angle grinder, but I think they're pretty good. That one has a little.
Small, yeah. But
Yeah.
the other side is
Other ones look pretty good. This one here looks pretty good, I think. If I can see it. Need to have it like dangle down.
it's if you put this here, then you can like use the other side. But yeah.
Yeah, so it spins. Yeah, this one cuts with the better side. You can try, see the one field. If it's not good, then we can sharpen before tomorrow maybe. If I mow the one field today and the other tomorrow.
Yeah. Still like the better side, so
Yeah, I check the belts. I think the belts are fine. You can adjust it by, how do you even adjust these belts? Not that side. And this side, how would you, like this whole thing would need to come this way. How can you even adjust the tightness of the belts here? Is there like a third wheel that's pushing somewhere? I don't see it. Doesn't look like it. But it was spinning the thing, so it's probably good. Or can you adjust this here? Nah. Push this one out. There should be some adjustment somewhere, you'd think. Is there like here a third wheel? Nah, this is just like there's usually like some way that you can tighten the belts. Can you see it from underneath? Because this can't move, or maybe this can move sideways. Nah. Maybe this can move like this. Nah. Like this. But that's, what's this? This spring is like, is this the tightness of the belt here?
this probably, yeah, this like
If you make this shorter,
this and this, yeah.
then this goes,
This is like shorter.
then this goes up and then it tightens.
Yeah, so here it's probably like
We need to look at the manual. Does it say how should you check the tightness?
This probably adjusts it because
Yeah, it's gotta be
this
that
screws,
one.
This one, then it like gets here and there.
Yep.
Then it's like
How long it's out, yeah.
long it's out. Yeah.
But we can check. We should check at least before tomorrow, before we mow the other one. We can check, see what's the, how you should measure it. There's like there should be some sort of like, this should move like 3 centimeters, or there should be some like, there should be some like guide or some rule like how tight it should be. I don't remember how tight it should be.
Yeah.
It should be okay today. You can check, ask AI. Ask AI, see if AI knows how tight. But I'm gonna go refuel and then food break, because it's almost food break. Should be good otherwise. I guess we can check it when I eat. We can check try to find the rule when I take food break. Try to find out what that is
Yeah.
once we take food break.
Yeah.
But I go refuel first, then it's food time.
Yeah.
Yep. Then at food time we can check, I guess. Try to find out what's the correct setting for the. Oh yeah, I should not do that now. We should always switch over if we wanna move this guy. No, they're keke. Almost no water in the big ditches now again. It's definitely dried up now. Fuel from grain dryer. Yep. The other tank is empty. We'll take from this one now. And then at some point, hopefully fuel prices drop and then we can fill things up again. There should be a little bit left in this one. We had like half a tank, so we don't need too much. Yeah, it already looked like it was getting cheaper, but now I think it's getting expensiver again, or more expensive. It's not easy to guess what the price is gonna be in the future. That's for sure. Goes up and down a lot. Should be pretty full now. Check from here, it's kinda hard to see from here sometimes. Guess we can put a little bit more. Now it should be full. Maybe a few more pumps. I'm gonna pump and maybe see how it goes up. Now it's full. Oh yeah, we can do it like this. And this one needs to go like this somehow. Because when it's open, how was this here? Couldn't have been like this because then it can flow out. I think it was like this. Yeah, because now it's locked. Seat also needs to be for smaller person. John is so long. Then we'll just leave stuff here and take food break. Then we should be ready to. We can try to find how to tighten those belts, but other than that, we should be good to go. Good to mow. Good to go, good to mow. Leave that guy there, leave this guy here, leave this phone here somewhere. Try to put it in charging mode maybe. We'll see if the one battery wants to work now. It's usually the one wants to work sometimes and the other one works always. We'll see if this newer one wants to work today. See if it charges for more than 10 seconds. Maybe it's having a good day today. Yep, seems like it's charging today. Nice. When we have it on the bike, it's like, yeah, 50% of the time it works and 50% of the time it doesn't. But yeah, I'll take, it's kind of early lunch, but then I can mow, like I'm probably gonna mow the one field today and then the other tomorrow. And it's already almost 10, so might as well take early lunch. Or like break. Good morning, Thibaut. Yeah, food break now, then I won't take up to like just maybe like a 20-minute break, then we'll go mowing a bit. Be back in a bit.
But yeah, I did check the belts or the manual. It said the belt you should be able to move the belt up and down like 3 centimeters with 1.5 kilograms of force. So they should feel kind of loose. So I think it should be good. Those belts shouldn't be like super tight. I need to adjust our things here. Oh yeah, it should be, the feel is right, I think. Yeah, about 1 month ago we mowed the fields first time. Yeah, I need to wait for RTK to come online here. Thank you, T-Boom, very much for the sub there. Maybe the RTK will only be ready once we move the tractor. It seems like it doesn't want to. I'm just trying to select all the... Oh yeah, now that's line. Then we can take this guidance line, which should be good. That's the one he mowed last, but we could try this one maybe. Try that one. Then we can do this. We got the right implement, we got that right, that should be good, that should be good. Then we can probably think about starting to head out. Oh yeah, one other thing I could probably have. Could see if we can get this secondary camera also maybe working today. To do another thing, I think. it's working, I think. Because when we're doing this mowing, we can again have two. I think we can have two cameras. It's not. It's pretty much when I'm doing this or when we are like biking, then we can have two cameras. When I'm doing more normal stuff, it's probably not that easy to have two cameras. But this should work pretty well. Cable is somewhere caught on something, I think. Should be able to slide it out a bit more, I think. Must be underneath something else. Is it long enough from there? It's a little bit on the short side for this. Where's it caught though? Should be more cable available here, I think. It's gotta be hooked on something here. We need to pull everything out. I can't pull it out because then these cables will kind of shut off the stream, I think. It's caught around something there. We pull this. Is this I can pull out? Mainstream might die here. I might need to fix this thing because this cable, I should be able to pull this out more, but it's like it's wedged somewhere behind here. Oh, now we got it, I think. Yeah, now we got more cable. Now that's fixed, then we can plug this back in. Then we should be ready to go. This cable can be shorter when I have it on my head, but now when we're in a tractor we can have it a little bit longer, so it doesn't. I can move around a bit more freely. Camera is somewhat good now. This head strap is getting loose, I think, also with time. Hopefully it's okay. Then we should be ready to go.
4-wheel drive we can put on, I guess. Let's ride, yeah, let's let's cut some grass. Unlock our hydraulics here. Something like that. Then we put the PTO on. That many RPM, record on, then it should be mowing. It is mowing. Oh yeah, the clover has grown quite a bit. Looked kind of short, but now when we're mowing, it's actually pretty long, I would say. Mechanical turbo cow is chewing. Yep. But yeah, there's a lot more like white clover this year. I don't remember what are like what kind of seeds we put here last year, but there's way more white clover than red clover this year. I wonder if it's just how how the grass like survived the winter, or if we actually had more white clover and not so much red clover in the mix last year. Don't even remember. But yeah, most important thing that there is some sort of clover here. That's really the good stuff. See how much. We could probably mow the headlands first. Mow maybe this much. And try to go straight towards the other end. That's a hard part now without auto steer here on the headlands. Can aim for the gazebo here, I think. I see some thistles here, but they have not started to bloom yet, so it's definitely a good time to cut it now. Here's some thistles here. Get it cut before the thistles reproduce. Yeah, it should help like for all weeds. Help with the weeds and yeah, put more nitrogen in the ground. That's the two major advantages of having the field on grass occasionally. And also, I mean, all kinds of like disease pressure is lower. When you have like a completely different crop, then it cuts the disease pressure also. Some diseases like to grow in like, let's say, oats. Then if you have oats every year, then the weed or the disease pressure just gets worse and worse all the time. But then if you have something completely different in between, like grass, then that disease probably doesn't survive that year when it's like grass. Oh, there is some lucerne here also in some places. Yeah, it's pretty tall actually here. I think it was like short, but it's like 30-40 centimeters long, so that's good. And also the field is not too wet, so we're not leaving any ruts, which is good. Like a week ago it was so wet after the big rains that you definitely don't want to do that then when it's like really wet. Now it should be dry enough to mow. There's a little bit, almost like one width left here. Our manual GPS was almost on point. Might need to come back here and finish the last little bit there. It's a little bit too wide for the mower here, but almost. Pretty straight with the manual GPS. I guess if it only leaves a little bit here, then we can do that later. Maybe we'll just go back once to get it all. Probably mow, go to outside, but we can probably go. If that's mowed, we could do, there's a little bit there. If we do the outside, we're gonna do 2 times around the outside, so let's go back in the middle here. Yeah, but it's, then you might run over it. I'm just gonna mow it now, so it's good. Then we don't. If you drive over it, it's always gonna mow maybe slightly worse. That's why I'm doing the headlands first. Otherwise, you could guess that you could do all the long lines and then do the headlands last. But I think it mows better if you. It still mows a little bit better if you don't drive over the grass before you mow it. I mean, you have to drive a little bit on some stuff, but might as well do it now. At least now it's for sure everything cut here. Too easy to forget it otherwise. I mean, you can almost see it on the GPS, but it's easier mentally if you do it now. Otherwise, if I start to leave a little bit here and a little bit there, and then soon soon I've left all kinds of stuff in all kinds of places. Now we should be able to we can do like a GPS pass here somewhere over to the other side already. See if we can line it up somewhere. Where does it want to go now? This way? That way? Which way? This way. See if this line, it's maybe parallel. I don't know if it's parallel with this end or the other side. They're pretty similar here, so we're just gonna do one pass here to kind of find out where we're at. And we can go a little bit faster once we get the other headland also done. Here's a bunch of thistles here, yeah. But they're starting to bloom, but not yet, so they should be destroyed quite well now. Tractor is driving alone. Yeah, we have auto steer, so sometimes I can do it like this. Tractor is driving itself. How is this? Is this too close? Yeah, we might need to. It's a little bit too close to the power line there. But yeah, this computer here is it's controlling the steering. Do a loop like this. Almost at least. Something if we turn like this, I think that's about the same as we did on the other side. And if we can keep this parallel with the ditch, it would be best. Something like this maybe. I could set up a different set of like lines this way that would be also auto steer, but yeah, I can just drive manually here and then we'll do most of the fields with auto steer. You still have to control gas and brake, yeah, but you can also have, when I drive, I have the throttle here, so I don't have the foot on the pedal. When I drive like this, I can have the RPM like at the same level all the time. So once we do the auto steer, I can actually drive completely by itself. Like I don't have the foot on the pedal now. We're just going with the same RPM all the time. When mowing, it's best. Like you don't wanna adjust the RPM all the time, it's just hard on the mower. Let's see this, if we can turn here. Should be about the same. Same width in both headlands. this a bit slower when we're kind of driving close to the ditch here. Yeah, when we drive like this, if I'm mowing 10 kilometers per hour, I could step outside, but it might be a little bit dangerous if you fall under the wheel there. Probably better to either drive really slowly if I do that, or not do it. With the combine it's easier when we go slower. But when we mow here I can go quite fast, so probably better to stay in the cabin. Probably still need the auto steer here, or the AC I meant to say. It's not super hot today, but still need. Narrower here at the end. It's fine as long as we have a little bit of room to turn around. You mow the grass so it can be used by farmers. No, this is just mowing, so we're kind of whacking the weeds. That's really the only purpose of this mow. We're not gonna specifically use this grass for anything, we're just mowing it down here. Let it improve the soil. Yeah, so we have this field, it's gonna be grass this year as you see, and then the next year this will be oats. Then we will actually harvest something from this field. But yeah, it's really good to have the field on grass sometimes. It's really amazing how much it improves the soil actually. Producing worm food, yep. We gotta let the worms get stronger this year. Get the soil really strong. And then it will. Then next year it will produce hopefully some nice oats. But yeah, how is the secondary stream? Oh yeah, it's good. Looks like a lot of work. Nah, it's fine. Once we get this way, you can see I don't even need to steer, so then it's pretty easy. Like when I do the headlands here, I need to do a little bit more steering and stuff, but you'll see here very soon that it's pretty easy. Only need to turn around basically. Doing the hard parts here first. Next year oats and wheat. Next year it will be on this field. It will be oats, and I think we're gonna have some peas on a couple of fields. Then I don't know. There should be some fields on grass, but I don't know. But this field for sure will be on oats. Gotta take a look at next year's plans. But yeah, you almost can't see the grass that we mowed here like last time. You can see a little bit where it's more brown. But we mowed this like I think it's like 4 or 5 weeks ago, and there's nothing left of the grass we mowed down at that time. It's already all been eaten by worms or some sort of animals, or it has rotten down. Yeah, maybe it's a little bit too wide here. Can almost get all this now. Maybe we can get all this. If it's just a tiny bit, then we can do that when we do this area. Maybe we'll do it because it might be better to start at that end. Then I will end here closer to the farm. So yeah, we might go back to the other end here. Then we just go back and forth after that. there's a bird. What is it looking for? Dead mice? Looks like a hawk. Sometimes you might like mow a mouse or something. Then the birds definitely notice it immediately. Yeah, now we'll just start to go this way here somewhere. And it's kind of important to line this first pass up good here. Otherwise the other passes won't be good. That should be pretty good there. Yeah, you can almost see a little bit of some lines from when John did the first pass here. But not much. And now we can definitely go full speed. But yeah, now it's easy. Don't need to steer. The throttle is here, so you need no feet, no hands. Then we just drive to the other end, then I need to turn around there, then come back. But here when it's mowing now we don't need to touch anything. You can just look at the grass and see how good or bad it is. First pass manually, maybe there, close to the ditch again. Maybe slow down a bit here when you do the first pass. Might be a bit bumpy. Never know what there could be here close to the bigger road here. There could be all kinds of stuff here, I guess. They have also mowed the road here on the other side, so once we mow this edge, it's gonna look pretty nice here. Everything is gonna be mowed. There was some sort of bump there. also there you can see a little bit the old like pile of grass. It seems like this time we're also moved a little bit over, so we're not collecting the grass in the exact same spot. It's like switching it over a little bit. Maybe counting the birds that have dinner. Yeah, we'll see if there's gonna be a lot. Only saw one so far, but there might be more later. Maybe some seagulls even. Now we have time to check that things are working here. See how close we are actually here to how close is this to like a line, and we might need to go a little bit this way. Then there's gonna be a little strip here we need to go in the other direction. Almost lined up, this manual line almost lined up with the GPS passes. There's gonna be a little strip, need to go in the other direction to get that. But then the rest here should be just not too much steering needed. Automatic driver. It is pretty good once you get the settings right. It works pretty good. You can see when we go back there, it's a pretty damn straight line. For sure a straighter line that I could drive manually. And you don't need to right now I don't need to focus. I don't need to focus on the steering 100%. You can I can do other things like make sure the stream is working. Or just do other things. Bounce here could slow down a bit. Here, once we get the steering on here, like this, now you can see this is pretty damn straight here. I'm not steering, but it's doing exactly what the cutter can do, and also pretty damn straight, I would say. And I'm not steering, I'm not having the hand on the throttle, I'm not doing anything. Right now I'm not doing anything, the tractor is completely driving itself, I guess. But the computer is only controlling the steering though, but the throttle you can keep, like this throttle here, I can keep it manually in a spot. Then you don't need to have the foot on the pedal all the time. Oh yeah, the neighbor is, I think they're spreading some lime on the neighbor's field there. I think the guy with the spreader just arrived there. Probably gonna spread it now. I don't know if it was a neighbor, if he's borrowing the trailer, or if it's a contractor. It's not a time saver, it's more a thing that permits to be less concentrated. Well, it's definitely a time saver, because now I'm always cutting maximum what the cutter can cut. If I do it manually, I would probably have a little bit too much overlap. So it's definitely a time saver. I should do it sometimes take exactly time how much it takes like this and then do it all manually, I'm pretty sure it would take like half an hour longer manually here. Because now we're always maxed out, we're in exactly the right spot. If I drive manually, I might be a little bit too far this way, and then we're mowing like a smaller piece. So it's both time saver, concentration saver. It's like easier on the driver. Cutting fodder, or what are you doing? We're cutting green manure. So basically just mowing this, we're gonna leave the grass. Leave the grass as a soil improver. But yeah, basically why we are mowing is there's some weeds, and we will cut the weeds before they have time to produce more seeds. Most saving is diesel. Yeah, so it saves on everything. I mean, the more effective you can be, the less time, the less fuel, less everything you need to put out. So it's pretty much better for all the things. It's like organic manure. Yep. And there's a bunch of clover in there, so the clover actually takes like nitrogen from the air, and then it stores it in the roots. So it's like fertilizing in many ways. We're actually putting, or the plant is putting nitrogen in the ground here. The other option would be to buy the nitrogen, but this way we can use natural processes to get more nitrogen in the ground. How much can a usual farm owner make, like 4 acres? It depends what you grow. If you grow like, 4 acres would be pretty small, but if you have some like specialty crop, then you could make something. But yeah, it's not easy to make a lot, that's for sure. But it depends on so many things that you can't really say. Even if you know the exact size of a farm, it's like impossible to say. It depends on how well the farm is run and everything. And it depends on the weather, and it depends on it depends on like 50 things. But yeah, not that much. But it's, as I've said sometimes, it's the best hobby in the world, being a farmer. $10K a month? No. If you're making $10K a month as a farmer, then you're owning like half a country or something. Yeah, if you make that kind of money, then you need like mega farm that's run very good. Yeah, we should go back with this. There was a little bit left there. Let's do that before we forget. Yeah, if you have some vegetables, then you can earn a lot per hectare, but it's also a lot of work. And a lot of like manual work, I would say. See if we can cut this way. Yeah, we can basically cut this way. Or maybe move a little bit this way manually. There was just a little bit left here. Countryside or live near Helsinki. We're definitely the countryside right now, and yeah, I live somewhere in southern Finland. And yeah, now we got that cut. Now we can actually do back and forth with auto steer. Then we can mow, and at the same time we can have a break. Harvest other people's farm? No, not really. I mean, at some point we did harvest for one neighbor. Like it was still when Dad was running the farm, but right now we're not really farming for anybody else. I mean, in the winter we might plow some roads for neighbors. So a little bit, but not too much. I mean, sometimes if, let's say, the neighbor's combine or something breaks down, then we could like help out a little bit. But yeah, we don't have like planned to harvest for anybody else, but yeah, we do some small things for some neighbors, but for the most part we only farm on our own farm. Can you grow dragon fruits in your farm? I think dragon fruits, it sounds like a fruit that would need a lot of heat, I think. I think you need warmer climates for that fruit. Maybe in a greenhouse. But yeah, we're still in a pretty Nordic climate here. Like, it's not super hot in the summer. Like yesterday it was 30 degrees here, but for the most part it's not like, our summers are not like super long and super hot, so we can't really grow we can't grow bananas here. Hello there, Marcus. See this. Get the YouTube chat connected also. Now it leaves like exactly one weed there for the machine. Like if I would do it manually, it would be very hard to leave exactly 1.8 meters. Now there's exactly the right weed left. So this is the part where you would lose the most when you do manually. You would always have like a wedge or like a little bit too little or a little bit too much. Now it's that's pretty much exactly what the cutter can do. So this is probably one of the bigger time savers here. It's exactly one weed here. No half passes. Now we have also from the GPS, I can also see we have done 1 hectare now. So we have like 5 left here. We're doing about 1.7 hectares per hour minus the turning. So probably like 1.5 hectares per hour maybe. So technically it should take 4 hours to do this field. Probably like 4.5 with some breaks, and we need to do the like outer pass. That's always a little bit slower. Need to watch out for rocks there. Now we can almost turn directly here to this side also. Just a little bit reversing. Yeah, it looks nice now when it's like straight rows. Not that it doesn't really matter if it's straight rows, but it always looks nice when it's when it's super straight. Doesn't matter, but still kinda matters. Then there's of course some power lines in the way here. Need to watch out for those. we could go maybe let's go here somewhere with a pass. Yeah, with auto steer gotta keep a little track of these power lines because it's not gonna dodge of these. Gotta dodge these kind of manually. So that's one thing to keep an eye out for. Not hitting any power lines. Spreading some lime there. So I get to kind of see when the neighbor's spreading some white stuff on the fields here. White stuff is flying. If someone just comes here now and lifts the power line up in the air a little bit, then we can mow and then put the power line back down. Would make it a little bit easier. Permanent underground, yeah, that would be even better. But it's probably like too expensive because in cities you don't see these like big power lines, so there they must have the power lines underground. But I'm guessing it's like too expensive to do these like long distances here. Probably cheaper to have those like air power lines. I mean, there was one smaller cable that was a power line that actually delivers power to all these houses, and that one they did put underground a few years ago, but it was like a smaller power line. These are pretty big, these ones. Yeah, the smaller ones where there's only like one cable, those ones they put underground here actually, but not the big ones. 10 times more expensive underground. Yeah, and I believe the big ones would be, yeah, there's probably a bigger difference for the big poles. The small ones, it's probably not that big difference because they do put those underground already. And also when they make the small ones, like if there's a power outage, it's mostly because you get a tree down on like a small power line. So I think that's why they want to get rid of the small power lines first. Like these big ones, they're not really in danger of a tree can't fall on these big ones. They're so high up that there's no chance a tree can reach them. But the small ones that go through a forest, like that's very easy for a tree to fall on the power line in a storm. And then you have like power outages. Tractor can push down some big power poles. Yeah, there is there has been some of those in Finland also. I think especially now with the auto steer, if you're not really paying attention to what's happening, then if I would drive here now just with the auto steer and look at something else all the time, then I would definitely hit the power lines here. So yeah, that can for sure happen. See here, let's make sure we're gonna, it feels like we might not be. definitely all the way down there. Seems like it was up in the air, but maybe not. Like here now, if I just let it go now, then we would definitely hit those cables right there. Fall asleep right now and then crash into power lines. Let's try not to do that. Go pretty close, but we don't want to go too close. Close, but not too close. first slice done. Do this now a little bit that's left when you have to dodge the things. Luckily with this mower, yeah, you can mow both backwards and forwards actually. Probably best to mow mostly forwards, but you can also mow backwards. That's a big horsefly on the outside of the cabin there. Please do not come in here. If those bite, it can hurt. Big bug. Big bad bug. Not dangerous, of course, but still hurts when they bite. Now we should take this slice maybe. Here somewhere. There's a first seagull. I knew they would come at some point. Definitely looking for something. Looking for a tasty bit to eat. never had this much white clover. You can see all the white flowers. That's like white clover. There's a lot of that this time. don't really need sunglasses today. I thought it was gonna kinda get sunny, but it seems like it's mostly cloudy today. Which is kinda nice. I mean, I see stream better, I guess. If it's really sunny, then it's really hard to read the chat sometimes. Now there's 10 seagulls. I guess the one declared for the body is that the time has arrived. I don't know if they're gonna find too much, but maybe some small bugs or something. auto steer hooked up back. Like it's a little wobbly auto steer thing. Seems like they're finding something. Maybe some small bugs or something. when we do one piece like this, it seems like it's about half a hectare. So quite a few of those left there. We have done probably 2 hectares of the 6, so 1/3 done now. 4 hectares or 8 slices like this left, I guess, roughly. And only 1 power line over there. This is done here soon. I clean up a little bit of the bits that are left here still. Kind of cut in the other direction to get the bits that are close to the poles. Now it should be for the most part cleaned up there. There's always gonna be like a little, I don't wanna go super close to the poles because it's always the last few centimeters that can get expensive. You could try to go right against them with the sickle bar mower, because that one really can't cause any damage to the poles, but this one you can't really see where the blades are even, so. Plus there's a big like protective thing on top, so can't cut super close to the poles. But once we get it close enough, it's good. Close enough is good enough. Take another bit, something like this maybe. We could zoom in here. Here you can see how the tractor is following these lines we've made. I don't know if this is how visible this is on stream, but here you can see the tractor is trying to follow these lines. That's why it's always turning a little bit. It's trying to stay on the virtual lines. I guess you can go from that's straight from the top. I guess that's easier to view. Or then you can zoom out like this, then you can see the whole field, how much you have done. And that's what we have done, like 2 hectares now, 1.8 per hour. Driving like 10 kilometers per hour. Some basic information.
suction cups coming off. Oh yeah, one of these is loose. That's not good. Let's try to fix that. Otherwise this will fall off. Now it seems better. Ah yeah, this is on the damn plastic here, that's why it's loose. I don't know if someone has moved this. This should not be on the plastic there. That's why it's kind of loose. Probably need to move this a little bit this way. Otherwise it could start to fall off. Beep. That one was not scared. Sitting there like half a meter from a tractor.
few seagulls. That one definitely ate something there. There's probably not that many worms, but there might be some bugs. Some bugs around. There's the big horsefly. Look at that horsefly there. That's a big one. Where did it go? Luckily on the outside, but it was like almost 5 centimeters long. There hasn't been that many horseflies though this year. It's pretty nice. Not many mosquitoes at all either. I wonder why. Maybe all the birds ate the bugs. More birds means less bugs, maybe. I mean, there at the farm there's like this year there's been a lot of swallows, like those small birds, and they eat only like mosquitoes, I think, so that might help. They're walking between the rows. I think most of the bugs would be in the like where we cut last time, where the grass was collected. Then when it rots down, you would think there could be like a lot of beetles and stuff inside that. So maybe when we're exposing that now again, maybe that's where they're finding the bugs, like on the ground. Point. I don't think we have any like points on Kick. On Twitch we have the channel points, I think, but or maybe you get some points on Kick just by watching. I don't even know. But yeah, thank you for the follows. So there was some follows there. Where am I from? Finland. Northern Europe. Mower is mowing, it seems. Blades are sharp enough to where it's cutting everything. It seems. trash guys. Trash master. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's like 30 of those birds here now. 30 Steven Seagulls. No ice cream to steal here, birds. If they're city birds, then they're maybe trying to get some food scraps, but here there's none of that, but there might be some beetles and stuff in the ground. His camera, for some reason it always wants to go like this on the head. Don't know why. That one looks different there. It may be a baby or something. It's like half brown, half white. There's another one. Is that a different bird or is it like just a seagull kid? There's a third one. Maybe it's some young seagulls. They have different colors. Maybe some baby seagulls. Baby Steven Seagulls. 2.5 hectares done. Now we're almost halfway through the field. This is where it's at. Yep. This is where we're mowing grass for sure. This is where the seagull feeding is at. It's not muddy, but you can see it's like there's a little bit of tracks that we leave, but not so much that it's really muddy. But it's not bone dry either, which is nice. The grass should recover pretty well from this. Should be plenty of moisture in the ground. I don't see too many thistles. There was a few patches there, but here I don't see too many thistles. It's mostly some of the lighter green patches might be the twitch grass, which is kind of a bad weed, but here's a little bit of thistles here at the headland, I think. But they will be mowed down now. Yeah, it's actually, let's look at the mower. Yeah, it's almost like cleaner now, which is interesting. You would think that when it's drier it would stay cleaner, but there's only a little bit there of like wet grass. It's kind of interesting. I haven't really paid attention to that. Last time when we mowed it, there was much more grass. Seems to be better when it's wet, actually. Less grass flying around. Probably when the grass is like more heavy, then it's like staying down more. If it's dry, then it's flying around everywhere. But I'm sure inside the mower, then there's like that green wet grass everywhere. But it's just underneath, you can't see it, it's like inside the mower. But that's fine. Maybe John washes off the mower again a little bit after we get both the fields mowed. But yeah, I'm probably gonna mow this field today and then leave the other field for tomorrow morning. Otherwise it will take quite long today if we want to try to mow both the fields today. Also, there's at least like two different kinds of seagulls here. The one with the white head and the other with the black head. There's one with the black head. Mostly the ones that have the white head though. now it's pretty easy here, no power lines. Just turn around at the headlands and let it flow. What speed? We're going pretty much like 10 kilometers per hour. According to tractor and also according to GPS, so it's gotta be somewhere there, I guess. Could go faster, but I think it's gonna start to bounce a little bit then, and when I turn around it's like it's a little bit too much happening if you go much faster than 10. Or then you could, of course, you could slow down and turn and then speed up, but kind of nice to keep this like same speed. Yeah, it cuts good. If you go like way too fast, then it doesn't cut well, but now it cuts everything for sure. But yeah, this type of mower you can go pretty fast. I don't know what's the like, if there's any like recommended speed or anything like that. But it's definitely better than the, if you have the sickle bar mower. With that one you're not going this fast when there's clover. Going very slow with that one. Give the Stevens some time to fly away. Yep. Otherwise we'll run over all the birds. Birdies. That one almost got run over. Almost. More winter seed, a lot of difference. The grass is completely spread and not in rows. I don't think like last time when we cut, then I was like back here checking like maybe 5 days later, and then the grass that's in a row, it's like all shrunk down already. So you could see almost no difference. And I mean, you can't see any difference here where the old rows were. Like maybe a tiny bit, but you can't really see. So it doesn't seem to be a huge difference. It dries up so fast that it might look like it's a lot now, but yeah, in a few days it's like it shrinks down so fast. Yeah, it's a lot of water, yeah. And as soon as it gets a little bit dried up, then the grass that's underneath it grows like through. It grows through the windrows. But we can come. I need to try to remember. We can come after like 4 or 5 days. We can come back here and check how it looks. Then we'll see how fast it grows back up again. Almost. A little bit too sharp of a corner. They make grass silage or hay for winter. Yeah, they made both dry hay and silage. Both. There was back at the farm. There was like one of those silos, like upright, those big cylindrical things, and there they put silage. But then they had that and also hay. So both things. But the silage tower, we tore that down maybe 20 years ago or something. But yeah, they had both things. A little bit of silage and a little bit of hay. Dry hay. But yeah, the hay was in small squares. Like when Dad quit, he never went over to the round bales. It was always small squares and silage in the tower. Yeah, wooden cylinder with iron rings. Yep, exactly that. I think a lot of people had those that were made out of bricks, but we had like a wooden one. Wooden tower. Yeah, I remember when Dad made the silage, he put it like up in the tower, and then at the very top you put like plastic and up the walls, and then he put like water on top. Then the water like pressed the silage down. I remember that still. So then there almost was like a little swimming pool at the top of the silage. But it wasn't that much, it was maybe 20-30 centimeters of like water. But yeah, that for sure kept the silage like good. There was almost no like spoilage. Now we're over halfway done with this field. Over 3 hectares done. Pick up a good line here. Jok from Norway do the cylinder silo also. Yeah, I've seen Jok, yep. Yeah, those kind of towers that he has, pretty much the same we had. But yeah, they were made of wood. I guess there was a little foundation of concrete. but then for the most part like 95% was wood, but at the very bottom there was like a little bit of concrete, but yeah, for the most part wood. Wooden walls. Punch the phone too much. Where was the silo at your farm? Near the cow area? Yeah, it was like at the end of this like old barn. Almost like pretty much in the place where the rain gauge is. But yeah. I should show you sometime. It's like at the end of that. I don't know if you can see from here, but at this end of the old barn. Probably can't see it from here. But yeah, I don't remember the silo. It was in diameter. It was probably like 6 meters maybe in diameter. Yeah, maybe something like that. So it wasn't like huge. And maybe 7 meters tall maybe. But yeah, one of the old trailers that we put a roof on now, that was like the silage trailer. That one was used to get the grass from the field and then dump it in the silo. Or it dumped into like a conveyor, and then the conveyor went up to the top of the silo, and then it dumped the grass in there. Trailer with scratch floor, yeah, the one that has, yeah, there's a conveyor at the bottom of the trailer, and then there's another conveyor at the back. Then the grass goes backwards and then up. Yeah, I think I don't know what it's called in English. Maybe it's like conveyor floor, I don't know. But there's basically a conveyor at the bottom that spins. Or some like, it's not really a conveyor, there's like some metal bars, and then the bars move backwards like slowly. But yeah, when Dad used to do the silage, I think he ran the silage like blower or whatever it's called, the one that cuts the grass and blows it in the trailer. He ran it with the 165 for the most part. Google says chain and slat. Yeah, it's basically both sides has a chain, and then there's some metal bars over. Maybe it's called that, yeah. And yeah, both that trailer and the silage cutter, they were like, the brand was JF, which I believe is from Denmark. How often do you mow? This year, when the grass is growing pretty good, I think we're gonna mow this field like 3 times. Some of the really dry years we only mowed like 2 times. But this year, this is pass number 2. And I think we're gonna mow one more time later in the fall. Because yeah, it grew this much in 1 month. Like we mowed this last time, I think it was 4 or 5 weeks ago, and now it's already like this tall. Definitely needs to be mowed before the weeds get time to make seeds. No, 3 times. 2 or 3 times, it depends. Depends how well it grows. But this year, I would say 3 times this year, because it's growing well, and we're only in it's like early July, so this will still grow for like 2 more months at least, I would say. So probably needs one more mowing at some point. There's good moisture in the ground, so I'm pretty sure it's gonna grow fast again. Three times a good indicator of vegetable well growing. Yeah, I mean the only reason why it would not grow, so we need to mow 3 times, is if it's really dry. And we've had a lot of dry years lately. In the last 10 years there's probably been at least 5 really dry years. Maybe 6 or 7 even. But yeah, this year it's pretty good, like May was still dry, but June and July have been pretty good. And yeah, I guess this month we have already gotten probably like 120 millimeters of rain, so that's quite a bit. That's more than what we get usually in the whole month, so gotta be happy about this month at least. There is cloud, no cloud, the sun hits hard, yep. Yesterday it was 31 degrees here. I could have done this yesterday because of course here we have AC. But outside yesterday it was very hot, very humid. It was like, yesterday like 31 degrees and humidity was like 70%. Not my kind of weather. Way too hot. But yeah, this week it's supposed to stay like maximum 25, so we should be okay this week. Yeah, we can mow a little bit, then I can take a little break. Then we can actually check outside, see how it looks. See how it looks from the outside. Stretch the legs a bit. do this pass and then come back here, then take a break. Hopefully not get attacked by all the birds. Hello there, John. Picked up the packages. Mike the mower. Yeah, today it's Mike the mower. The last few days it was Ronald the Roofer or something like that. I guess we can go here now. Somewhere here. And then continue here. We can take a little break. I need to go stretch the legs outside. I guess I can take the stream with me, then I'm gonna let the chat phone be here. Could you let the GPS continue? Yeah, but I need to turn around, so if I let it go here, it will just go straight to the end of the world. I need to turn at the other end and come back and then turn here and go. But if you would have one guy here and one guy at the other end, then you could turn there and then let it go freely back here. That would work. But it's probably easier to be in the cabin. I would have to run 10 kilometers per hour, keep up with the tractor. Probably better just to sit inside. But yeah, I'm gonna go outside. You take this little thing here, then we can go check outside a little bit. Chat phone will be inside here, but we can see what grass is growing and stuff. If I can get outside. Let's see if it's like... Does the ground feel soft? Nah, it's pretty hard. Considering it rained a lot. Like, I don't think we don't really leave any ruts where we drive. Like, yeah, it doesn't sink in here where we went with the tractor. And yeah, it might seem like there's a lot of grass, but I mean, there's not that much. Once this dries up, it turns into nothing pretty fast. But yeah, this is like clover. That's a thistle. This could be the twitch grass, or it could also be like Timothy. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes. This is for sure some of the... Is this fescue or what this is called? This is like a good grass. But yeah, there's quite a lot of the clover. This is good stuff, this white clover. If we see here, yeah. There's this other stuff, but a bunch of this. This is really good. Clover. Clover, 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 clover. There's a thistle here, there's a thistle there. Yeah, most of this is the good grass. That's Timothy right there. But yeah, it's pretty tall, this grass. You can see it's almost knee high. So it's good to mow. It was just a week ago, it was much shorter. It's grown a lot now. Last few days. And yeah, if we cut this way last time, I mean, you can't tell, and you can tell it's maybe a little bit darker where the pile of grass was. Like, if anything, it's growing better there. Here's like a little darker line. There's another one. So if anything, it will grow better here where there's more grass. It doesn't really bother, like the grass will grow through very fast. So even if you spread out like this, I don't think there's a big difference. If it would be like that or if it's like this. Probably just about the same. Same thing. But yeah, I'm gonna put you on a little break. I will be right back. Yeah. It's just on that side, but it won't slide down. There's too much friction. Nah, it's not moving. No! Got it. Good that I tried. Oh, I can't get the wedge in there anymore. There it goes. Okay, we are back. The cabin greatly reduces the noise. Yeah, I mean, you gotta remember the engine that's right in front of us here. It's like a internal combustion engine, so piston comes up, then there's some fuel and air, then that mixture explodes and then pushes the piston down. So there's constantly thousands and thousands of explosions happening there, so it would definitely be very loud. Without a cabin and without like a exhaust pipe or anything, it would be super loud. Super loud. But yeah, then we put the mower back on. Now it's spinning. Then we put some RPM from here. Maybe like 1,700. Not that much, a little bit less. Maybe that's good. Then we don't need to touch the throttle anymore. We can keep the throttle in the same spot all the time. Then we just put it in gear. Then we put the GPS on from here. Let it find the line. And then we just let it roll. Then we're mowing again. We have like little over 2 hectares left now, so probably maybe 1.5 hours, 2 hours left maybe. Then we need to go a couple of times around the outside edge still. Cut the bush and stuff that's like outside the field. But yeah, it's pretty nice weather today, it's not too hot. And also, yeah, as I said before, there's very little bugs this year. Sometimes when you go out this time of the year, there's like mosquitoes and horse flies and all kinds of bugs. Now there's like pretty much nothing. Or very little at least. Lots of blueberry here at the trail too. Yeah, once we get this mowed tomorrow, the next job is going to pick blueberries or bilberries. There's a lot of berries this year in the forest, I think, so we're gonna try to pick as much blueberries as we can. Or yeah, officially it's bilberries, but I always call them blueberries. But yeah, technically it's not blueberries, it's like bilberries. You can see the brown stuff that's visible in some parts. That's when John mowed this like 5 weeks ago. There's not much left, like a little bit, but the grass has grown through everywhere because you can see on the sides it's all green. Like there's no like place where there's no new grass. Only here where the tractor tracks were, but for the most part here you can see it's pretty even everywhere. Soon berry harvest, yes. We have already harvested like all the strawberries from the garden. So strawberry season is pretty much over. We have started to harvest the currant, like black currant, red currant. Then we got bilberries in the forest, raspberries in the forest, maybe lingonberries later in the year. So there's a lot to harvest now, I would say. And now when it has rained actually, then the bilberries are pretty big also. Should add up quickly. Many different berries, yep. In July and August, you can find a lot of berries in Finland. Both in the gardens and in the wild. If you go to some more swampy areas, then you could find like cloudberries. Those are also really good. But we don't really have them here. I think they're more like you have to go a little bit more in northern Finland to find cloudberries. Yeah, we have done more. That's almost all done and only this much left. We're getting closer and closer to that edge. That's thistles right there, the yellow flowers. We don't want to see those. That's a bad guy. The yellow flowers are the bad guys. But yeah, has anybody been watching the football? Now there's only semi-finals and final left. Only good teams left now. Only really good teams left. Rip yellow flowers, yeah, it's thistles. We don't like thistles. Not good. The white flowers, thumbs up. The yellow flowers, thumbs down. Oh, we lost the, let's see if we can get the secondary screen back. That sometimes likes to not work.
maybe I can do it like that. I have to leave it open, I think, and see if we can get it back here. Let's see now. This. If we do this. Now it should be back soon.
Both cameras back.
Yep. Both cameras back.
A lot of the white flower. The white flower is good.
There's a lot of the white flower.
the-
The white flower is good.
Like
Also the
purple
red
flower,
clover,
that's
which is
also
like
good.
purple flower. That's also good.
Those
Very
are
good.
Some good plants to grow.
Those are some good plants to grow.
Actually improve the field.
Actually improves the field.
The double sound, yeah, it's
Oh
from the
yeah,
other app.
well, the double sound, yeah, it's from the other app. Let's mute. It's always when you restart the other camera, it takes the sound from this phone also, and that's not good. Only one sound, two pictures. Do I have any animals on the farm? Millions of worms. This field here, there's millions, if not billions, of worms. There's also some seagulls. There is a lot of animals on the farm. Maybe not any animals that we sell, but there is a lot of animals on the farm. Some moose in the forest, yep. Some moose and deer and wild boars and foxes and lynx and bears and wolves and whatever in the forest. A lot of critters. This grass will be sold, I assume. No, so this grass actually, this will just be left in the field. It's like yeah, green manure. This we'll just let it rot down, and then it will improve the field. So we will not sell this grass, no. This is just to make the field better here. It's one of the best ways to get the field in better shape without buying any fertilizer. We're gonna let the clover do the fertilizing.
Yeah, it's probably this, that what you're watching now is probably the biggest difference. Like most conventional farms, if they're like grain farms, then they probably don't have too much grass. But yeah, this is like the foundation of organic farming. So we always have a few fields like this, but then you can see there's oats. Most of the other fields are like oats this year, but this one and one other is like grass this year. Will you spread the grass? No, we'll just leave it like this. It's gonna, like, when it rots down, when I mow it the next time, I can mow a little bit in a different spot. Then it collects that grass in, like, so we get grass everywhere. You could have like if you have a different type of mower, then some of the mowers, they like spread the grass, but this mower kind of collects it a little bit, but it's fine. I don't think it makes a big difference. But yeah, this mower, there's two big discs that spin like this. So when they cut the grass, they also like collect it a little bit in the middle. I guess if I reverse with this mower, which you can, then it spreads it out, but it's still, this mower, it's meant to go forward, so for the most part you want to go forward. But I can try a little bit. When I mow backwards, then you see, then it spreads to the front, and then it spins, like when it comes out the other end, and then it doesn't form lines like this. Yeah, now we have one pass left here. Should be exactly one pass left. Yep, not leaving anything behind. That seagull almost got run over. It was literally half a meter in front of the tire. The birds are probably getting fat again when they're eating so much. GPS did good job, yep. And you need to make the adjustments here so you're correct. Like you need to put in like how wide is the mower, and this one, when it's on the side of the tractor, then you also need to put in like an offset so it knows where to put the tractor, so the mower goes in the right spot. You need to put that in all in here. It can be a little bit tricky when we did this the first time, then it was a little bit of a struggle to get it set up correctly. But once you get it once, then it's like, if everything stays the same, then it's easy. Then we can slice this in maybe 2 pieces, maybe 3 pieces. But yeah, I don't know how well you can see this screen here. But there you can see the tractor and all the lines. So now it's trying to keep the tractor on the line. Don't really know if you see it too well, but and zoom in more maybe. Now we're fully zoomed in. But yeah, I guess when the sun is not out, it should be a little bit better, but yeah, there still might be like glare, so you can't see so well. But yeah, that's basically what the tractor is. That's why it's steering a little bit all the time. It's trying to stay on that, exactly on that line. Or stay on that line plus minus. I think it's like plus minus 2 centimeters or something like that, so it's gonna be pretty close on that line. Definitely accurate enough for this. And that beep is like a sign of when I put the GPS on or off, then it always has that beep sound. Beep beep. Yeah, a lot of birds, but I haven't seen any rabbits yet today. Does it automatically lower or lift the mower? No, this mower I can keep it on the ground all the time. I don't need to lift it up. When I start, I lower it down on the ground and then you basically just drive. So at the headland here, I just let it, it's just down on the ground. You can see here when I turn, like I'm not lifting it up, it's just floating on the ground there. It will mow it like twice at the headland, but that's fine. It doesn't matter really. So it's easier that way. If I would have to lift it up every time, it's just like extra work. Might as well keep it just on the ground. But yeah, when we do the last pass around the field, like the outside edge, then I will lift it up a little bit off the ground. Because yeah, on the outside of the field there might be a rock, there might be like, the dirt might go up a little bit when the field ends, so then we will lift the mower a little bit off the ground and do like one pass or two passes around the outside edge. But the rest of the field in the middle here, I can just have it just rides on the ground. Whoop. That's what I thought when this GPS was put there. Now we need to... We have GPS malfunction. Or not GPS malfunction, but we have monitor malfunction. I don't know who put it there, but it should be here, not on that like plastic thing. Our suction cups let go. That cable is also too short. Do we need to put it... This one is so short. I can put it here, I guess. So that then it hits the phone again. I need to put it somewhere so all the suction cups are not... They should not be on the plastic there. Maybe this is a good place here. Then now we can adjust it again. I don't know who put it there, because it should not be on those things. It won't stay there. Now it's solid, I think. I didn't wipe the window off, so hopefully it stays there now. Seems solid. Seems like it's not moving. Then we can adjust this one. Maybe put this like this. But yeah, this one stays, I think. But yeah, monitor decided to not stay in place. Now it seems solid. I think we're good now. Hello there, Yankee X. We mowing clover. Among other things, yeah, it's like clover and Timothy and fescue and yeah, red clover, white clover. There might be some alfalfa in there, I think. It's like a mixture of all kinds of things. And then there's probably some weeds also. But yeah, we're mowing, mostly mowing to kill the weeds. But yeah, now we should be able to go again. Hopefully this monitor stays on there now. Doesn't fall down. Had some technical difficulties. Should be ready to roll again. Seeding buckwheat, alfalfa and mustard once the heat leaves. Nice. Yeah, we've had pretty good weather so far this summer. I mean, yesterday it was over 30 degrees here, but it should be mostly under 25 now, so it should be fine. But yeah, yesterday and Saturday was like very hot here. Very hot and humid. But yeah, before that we had a lot of rain. Like early this month we had a lot of rain, but I would say May was dry, June was pretty average, and July has been so far pretty rainy. So all in all, we have probably a pretty, maybe a pretty average year here actually, which is kind of nice. We've had a lot of like hot and dry years before this year, so nice to maybe get a average year this year. But yeah, you can probably tell when you look at the grass. It's been growing pretty good here lately. Yeah, thank God we have avoided, at least so far. We have avoided the plus 40 degrees that they had in like France and Spain and UK and probably like Germany and stuff. Like there's been a lot of places in Europe that have been like super hot. So yeah, thank God it's not been that hot here. Still warm enough here, but yeah, I don't know what I would do if it would be plus 40. 30 is already enough for me. Bavaria, Germany had 2 weeks ago for 3 days around plus 40. That is crazy. Yeah, if it would be plus 40, I would also be somewhere where there is AC. You couldn't really be. If you're outside, you can only be for a short period of time. It's almost like being in a sauna. Which is nice for a little period of time, but when the whole day is hot, then it's like terrible. Terrible stuff. I have no AC until now. Oh, you have AC now? Yeah, it would be. Here in the tractor it's fine, like this has AC, so here it's fine. But yeah, any place where there is no AC, then it's like horrible. There is one place at the farm where it's always kinda cool, and that's in the like root cellar. There it's always like max 15 degrees. So that's the place you can go to if it's really hot at the farm. There's no AC, but it's still always 15 degrees max. Forest also. Yeah, in the forest it's probably a little bit cooler. I mean, the same thing if you're somewhere where it's shady, and it's probably a little bit cooler. open the window here, can you hear the mower more? A little bit maybe. Hear some grassy sounds. Yeah, it seems like it's gonna stay fully cloudy today. There was even a little bit of chance of some small rain, but when doing this it doesn't really matter if it would rain a little bit even. Now we got the roof on the both of the buildings, so if it rains now it doesn't matter there also. Yeah, then the next bit there, we could almost do all that in one, or maybe we'll cut it in half. Too smaller, it's quite wide, I guess. Then there's a damn power line there also. Might be easier to cut it in half. this power line is like smaller, so we don't drive underneath there. We're just gonna drive around it. You can't really even fit the tractor underneath there, or you could barely, but you can't fit the combine. Does really not fit there. So simpler to just cut around there. Up there we hit the safety thing. So if you accelerate too aggressively, then it kicks out the safety thing there. Now it should be fine. But yeah, the mower can, like, if you hit an obstacle, it can go back a little bit like this. But then if you accelerate too fast, then it can also pop out like that. So, but you can hear there was like a little pop sound when it pops back. You can also see it's like a little bit more backwards. And then to fix that, you need to reverse, then it like pops back into place. But it's kind of a safety feature a little bit, so if you hit something solid, then it can go back a little bit. It was almost wide enough. I think we can directly turn here. Almost. I mean, if you take a little bit wider piece at a time, then there's almost enough room to turn like that too. But yeah, now we only got this left here, and maybe 2 laps around the field, the outside laps. But yeah, quite a bit done here. And then pretty much only this left. Probably slice this in 2 still. Probably go like somewhere here now. And then do the last bit there. Or have we popped out the safety thing again? Oh, it should be good at least. it's gotta be like young seagulls, the ones that have like weird colors, like this one. It's kind of half white, half brown. Probably baby seagulls. That's a horsefly right there on the outside. Nasty biters. One, two, three, four, five, 6 passes here. There may be something like that left there, and then a couple of times around the field. Bonjour. That's about the only French word I can speak though. But yeah, hello, hello. But yeah, I try to keep it mostly in English here because I can speak some other languages, but I cannot speak French, sadly. Would be a nice language to learn. It would be either like French or
I don't know, Chinese or Japanese would be nice to know. Here it looks pretty good. Here is where this field has the best soil here. So here there's probably the least amount of weeds also. Looks like there's a lot of clover here. But yeah, man, was I tired yesterday when it was like 31 degrees. Didn't do much yesterday, but when it's hot and moist, I get so tired. Too tight of a corner to make now.
once back and forth here, and then we got the last bit with the power line. Power line things. Oh, Martin, thank you for the hype there. So easy for me to miss the kick stuff. Thank you very much for that. And thank you for all the follows and subs we got today. Probably do this as one bit here. I did not go, I went like there the first time, so we could go here now. Or we could go that the other way around. Yeah, less driving on top of stuff is, I guess, better, so we can go there. Kind of cut from the middle towards the outer sides, I guess. Should work. Gotta watch out for the power lines. One of the old barns. Now it's starting to look like normal field there. Clover's starting to grow better and better each year. It seems like it takes a few years for the soil that's been underneath the barn for like 50 years. Seems like it takes a few years before it gets back to normal. Yeah, these oats here, it looks okay now. This field looked absolutely horrible in the spring, but it was kind of dry in May, but now it looks okay. Probably not gonna be like a record yield, but it's okay. Some teasels, same with the other field. There's more teasels in the other field, but it might still, I think they might still both yield about the same. But yeah, I saw there was like in some place they tested, like they had a drone, then they put like a hedge cutter or something underneath the drone. I mean, with that one, if you would fly there back and forth, you could mow down all the teasels, because the teasels are like taller than the oats. Then you would get rid of the new seeds. If that would be something that would be not super expensive, I would definitely like to see that on that field. Get a drone flying overhead and mowing down the teasels. Would be really nice. Maybe it's a thing we can do sometimes in the future, when it becomes like maybe affordable for normal farmers also. But yeah, I think they pretty much had like a prototype of it now. They were just testing it out, how it works, I guess. Here we need to see how we do this. Do we do one side before the other, or how do we go around this barn? Or this power line, I mean. Nope. I'm gonna pick up this line. That's better. Now the sun is coming out a little bit. Trying to come out. Finished. I guess this field it's slightly wider at that side, but we did like one pass here already. But it's almost, this field is almost like this side is almost parallel to the other end. There it popped out again. I guess if the ground is sticking out, it might pop the safety out. Here I wonder how this is fastest to mow this. Maybe it's fastest if I go like this back and forth. Here you can see now when I'm mowing backwards how it will throw the grass. Now it throws it a little bit different when you reverse and mow. Oh no, it's popping very easy now. We're gonna see the safety is getting loose or something. Starting to pop out too easy. But yeah, this is probably fastest this way. Just go back and forth. Back and forth, since you can mow with this back and forth. Looks pretty weird when you mow, yeah, one way, both ways. First time I see a both way. Yeah, this is mainly you should go forward, but you can mow backwards also. Works both ways. It's almost like a lawn mower. I mean, a lawn mower you can also go both ways. But it's pretty much like a bigger lawn mower. Now this side is done, then we can do like, need to do a few laps around the pole. Will you mow under the cable with small lawn mower? No, we'll just leave it. It can just be grass that grows wildly there. Just go around like this. Try to not hit the poles. Who's in charge of the maintenance of this little area? Like technically it's a field, but we can just leave it as grass. but technically it's a field underneath there, but it's like 20 square meters, so it's such a small area. One more time around. Maybe two. Oh, we might be pretty close there. Pretty close to the poles. That was kind of close. But yeah, back in the horse days, I guess it was easier to go under the poles. Now with the bigger tractors, it's like, yeah, you can't really fit underneath there. Too small of an area. Do you have to let an accessible path for the cable maintenance guys? No, they just walk through the field. Don't really need to leave anything. Hopefully they only access the fields when it's like right now when it's grass, then it wouldn't like hurt the field. But sometimes they do come here with like an excavator and change those poles, and if they do that at the wrong time, then it's not that nice. But yeah, now we can speed up again here. Do some longer passes. But yeah, the cable guys, they just walk on the field. Don't really need to leave anything for them. They don't ask you before coming, no. Just randomly you can see some guys there, then they check the poles or maybe fix some small things. But no, they don't. They don't say anything, they just arrive. But yeah, when they drive with an excavator there and switch out the poles, they usually do it in the winter or like in the spring or fall, like not right now when there's something growing, for the most part. But yeah, it's pretty technically, yeah, they should say when they arrive, but yeah, in practice they just fix if needed. Now we only have this little bit here and then around the outside edge a couple of times. take a sip here so we don't get dry. One, two, three, 4 passes left here. This is my last field to mow. No, I have another one, but we'll do that tomorrow. The other one is the same size as this one. So if I would do the other one also today, it would take like probably until like 8 p.m. or something. So we'll do the other field tomorrow. We could do both fields in one day, but then you need to start kind of early. And I only started like what, 10, 11 today, so didn't start super early. Pops out really easy, the safety switch now. I wonder if it's getting loose. Long summer days, don't you work late sometimes? Yeah, so in the spring when we put the seed in the ground, then there might be a few long days. And then in the fall when we start to harvest the oats, then there's gonna be some long days. But other than that, there's really not any super long days. Maybe like maybe 15 days per year are like long days. Like it's not that many days that are like very long. Over there and then back there, and then we go around the outside edge, finish that up. We'll still mow a little fun for it. Yeah, tomorrow mow the other field, and then after that we'll probably go pick some bilberries at some point. And whatever else we have on the agenda. Still plenty of stuff to do. Is it gonna leave anything there, or is it good? Looks pretty good there. Then we can do the outside. Do you pick berries on your lands, or do you have specific place? So when you pick berries in Finland, you don't really need to own the land. You can just go anywhere in the forest, pick berries. But yeah, I have a few places that I know that should have some good bilberries. And of course we got some, like there's some berries that are farmed in the garden, but the bilberries are like a wild berry. Grows in the wild. But yeah, this outside edge we're just gonna drive like this manually. Yesterday I spent 3 hours picking blueberries. Today I ate pie. Blueberry pie. Sounds yummy. Yeah, we might bake some blueberry pie also. First just need to go pick the blueberries. Blueberries, bilberries. There's a couple of cranes now. Some bigger birds have arrived. Right there, I don't know if you see them. 2 cranes, 2 big gray birds. Yeah, they're also looking for food, I think. Left here, we need to go back here once to do this little bit. Then we can do the outside edge. The very last pass. There's a little bit left here. Let's do that before we lift up the mower a bit. Plant the seeds, they take a few, so they're probably thinking, let's try. Yeah, so all the birds, I think they learned that tractor means easy food. Like, they're not dumb. They definitely learned that. Especially the seagulls and crows and birds like that. They definitely learn some things. Learn that there is easy food available. It kicks out really easy now. Wonder, we need to check before we go tomorrow, see that the mechanism is fine there. you have deers and rabbits? Yep, for sure. They don't cause too much damage, but this spring I had like a rabbit that went to the garden and ate all my broccoli. So that was a little bit sad. But yeah, for the most part, the rabbits are not an issue. But there's definitely rabbits around, that's for sure. Rabbit raid. Yep. Now we do the last pass, and for this now I want to lift the mower a little bit up. So first we lift this side up a bit, so it's a little bit off the ground. Maybe like that much, and then we could lift the outside a little bit. If we can remember the right direction. Maybe like that. See if that's enough, or if it's still hitting the dirt. That should probably be pretty good. A little bit off the ground. Some fox to balance the amount. Yeah, there's foxes also, for sure. Here's some small bushes, but I think this mower, it should be able to chew through this. This is like some willow bushes. We'll see how it goes through these. Yep. Mows them pretty good. This corner here we want to leave a little bit, because I think there's some sort of rock there somewhere. Some sort of like corner rock. So we probably don't want to mow that. Could be bad. Now it cleans it up pretty nice here. When they mowed, the road crew mowed the other side, and then when I mow this now, it's gonna look pretty neat there, I would say. Watch out for this pole, don't wanna mow that. No, so bear is pretty much the only one I have not seen. I've seen wolf, I've seen lynx, deer, moose. I've seen pretty much everything, but not a bear. That's the one that's elusive. That's probably the one that's the hardest to spot also. The bear. Yeah, bear could be dangerous, but I think if you see a bear, it's most likely you see it, then the bear sees you, then the bear runs away. They're not like super bloodthirsty. Garden snake. Do you mean the hose or the actual snake? The snake, okay. Yeah, this year I saw a snake. It was at the farm, yeah. I almost even stepped on it, but not real. No, it was very close, but yeah. And that was the slightly poisonous one, so that could have been kind of bad. And now we mow these damn things. These are almost like outside the field already, but when I drive like this I can have the mower basically up in the air there, above the ditch. The screen is falling again. I need to clean this also and try to get the this damn thing to stay on the window. Holy! And the window is not like clean underneath. That's why it doesn't want to stick. Now it should be good again. Need to clean the window and then put the suction cups back on. Tractor vibrates. Yeah, but it should, if it's clean. If I put this well, the suction cup should stay on. It's like, it's not vibrating that much. It's vibrating probably a little bit, yeah, but not that much. I think the biggest issue is the window is like dirty. And then the suction cups don't work that well. But yeah, I gotta fix that before tomorrow. Here's like a big bush here. It always grows very tall here outside the field with these purple flower things. It's pretty hard to tell where the field ends and the ditch starts here. Okay, now we're pretty much done, I would say. Shut off the mower. Let it tick and let it stop before we lift it up. Now it's spinning, it's like when you shut it off, it's like a bike. It's still free spinning. Sometimes it stops faster if you drive it into a bit of grass. It's just free spinning there now. PTO is already shut off. Then once it completely stops, then we can lift it up. Put it into transport mode. Yeah, now it's not spinning anymore. Now it's in transport mode. A little bit. A little bit narrower. But yeah, now the field is mowed. What did this take us? Like 4 hours probably? 4.5 hours. This screen we can shut off. We don't need this. We could actually exit task. Tractor we could probably leave just here. Then tomorrow we'll go mow the other field. The GPS can be shared between your tractors. So when we harvest, we will move this wheel and this computer. We'll put it in the combine. Otherwise, it's always in this tractor. But yeah, we only have, you could put this in any tractor, but we only have it in this tractor because we mostly do the stuff with this tractor. The other tractors we don't really need the GPS. But yeah, that's lower down. Shut off the AC. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. We'll probably continue tomorrow, yeah. Tomorrow morning, mow the other field. Yeah, this is the one. This was new in 2005, but we didn't buy this tractor new either. We bought this tractor 2018. Massey Ferguson 35 with GPS for woodworking. That would be pretty to see a Massey Ferguson 35 with GPS. I can say I have not seen that before. I mean, you would have to put that tractor. It doesn't even have power steering, so you would have to put like you could build power steering because yeah, this motor here would not be strong enough to turn the steering wheel even. But you could build auto steer on the 70-year-old tractor. But yeah, thanks for watching today. Thanks for all the follows. Thanks for the subs, for the bits, for the kicks, whatever they're called. See you guys tomorrow. Peace out.
Chat keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Red Massey hums at sunrise, tracks through slush and clay. Spruce line holds the hillside where the saw sings half the day. Skis lean by the back door, waiting on a clear blue spell. I read the clouds like scripture, more than any manual. Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Frost, flood, hail, thaw, I just dance to what I'm dealt. Oh yeah, you can tell me what I should do, but this land decides itself. Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, lost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 hauls as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Ooh, red tractors in the pine. Chat keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck red glue.